Sat outside Amarillo, vacancy and blood-red light. Ice machine dead, curtains torn, and a moon sharp as a knife. I took room 12 with cash and lies, one key on a plastic tag. My boots left mud across the tile like a sermon gone real bad. Red Bible, white motel, tell me what the damn men read. Red Bible, white motel, tell me what a hard heart needs. There it was inside the drawer, thin black print on Gideon page, next to 2 spent matches, a condom wrapper, and 1,000 miles of rage. Open to the book of Joe, 'cause suffering knows the way. Funny how a man gets holy only when he's worn away. Red Bible, white motel, tell me what the damn men read. Red Bible, white motel, tell me what a hard heart needs. By the bathroom door, my face looked old and hollow, like every road I ever took had found me here to follow. I shut the book and killed the lamp, but sleep would not stay still. A man can lay beside the truth and still refuse the pill. Red Bible, white motel, no thunder came, no angel spoke. Red Bible, white motel, just me and all the things I broke. Red Bible, white motel, tell me what the damn men need. Morning crawled and pale and cheap. There's a gas stop west of Amarillo where the pumps still click too slow. I pulled in near the edge of midnight with nowhere left to go. Old cashier behind the counter looked at me like he'd seen my kind. Men who carry too much silence and leave too much behind. The road keeps taking more than it gives, but it's the only place I know to live. some never learn. There's a brother buried out in Flagstaff, under hard and bitter ground. I still hear his laugh some nights when the engines all died down. We used to swear the road was freedom, now I know that ain't the truth. Freedom's just another word for something you lose. You keep riding anyway. Came cold across the blacktop, coffee shaking in my hand. I watched the trucks move through the distance like they had some kind of plan. Me, I just keep rolling forward, 'cause I don't know how to stay. Some men settle into life, some fade away. Till there's not much left of a man, just leather dust and shaking hands at dawn. The road keeps humming low and thin, like it knows where I have been. And every time I ride again, I'm gone. There's a town in West Oklahoma where the bank sign don't light no more. Drugstore glass, boarded church, and weeds through the hardware store. I roll in low on dying spark, no one out but crows and wind. But under me, beneath my tires, something sang like buried men. There's a choir under Main Street, singing low for me. There's a choir under Main Street, and every voice knows me. Beside the picture house where my mama used to work, selling tickets, smoking menthols, back when my daddy still wore shirts. I heard that sound come through the grates, thin and cracked and mean, like all the dead I stepped around had found one throat to sing. Not heaven's choir, not angel sound, just every hard thing I put in the ground. My hat in hand, past the barber's, There's a choir on the main street, still singing through the tar. There's a choir on the main street, and I know exactly who they are. The pipes kept humming in my head. I keep you in a mason jar, wrapped in an old shop rag, down in the saddlebag, beside the plugs and the rusted tire patch bag. Arkansas to El Paso line, you rode every mile with me. No bones, no boots, no voice left now, just ash and memory. Brother, I still carry you like a sin I never named. Brother, I still carry you through every county, every rain. A waitress in a border town said you're talking to yourself. I said, ma'am, not exactly that, just something I can't shelf. She poured my coffee black and mean, like judgment in a cup. I watched steam curl like a preacher's hand, and still I could not let you up. There's a cliff road west of nowhere, where the wind will take what's left, but I keep rolling past it like grief ain't paid its debt. Tonight I parked above a dry wash bed, moon caught on broken glass. I held that jar up in both hands and saw your face in the black. Some men scatter what they love and call that making peace. Some men ride with ghosts too long, 'cause loss won't give release. Brother, I still carry you in the heat and in the cold. Brother, I still carry you, 'cause I don't know how to let you go. behind this county line. I ain't heard it clear in years now, since I left that life behind. Black denim soaked in rainwater, patch stitched heavy on my back. Some men carry holy boots, some just carry what they lack. This black denim prayer keeps following me through every town and every street. Every mile beneath my feet still calls. This black denim prayer don't fade with time. It hangs there like a warning sign. Some things ain't forgiveness, they're scars. There's a woman down in Houston who used to wait up by the door. Now the porch light burns for nobody, and I don't call no more. She said one day all that running won't leave you anywhere. I laughed like I didn't know it, but I did. A man don't become an outlaw all at once. It happens mile by mile. Like a nail above the sky, I ride beneath it slow and steady, like I'm waiting on a sign. But the road don't offer answers, and the wind don't care at all. Some men spend their whole damn life listening for a call. This black denim prayer still rides with me through the dark and memory. Every ghost I used to be still breathes. This black denim prayer won't let me rest. It rattles low inside my chest. Some roads don't lead you home, they leave. There's a bridge at Slaughter Creek, no lights for 7 miles, just cattails bent, muddy banks, and the dark that wears a smile. We went there young with too much speed, too much whiskey, too much dare. 3 of us in one stolen Ford, and one boy not coming back from there. Moon over Slaughter Creek, you saw the whole damn thing. Moon over Slaughter Creek, why'd you keep so still? Moon over Slaughter Creek. You saw the whole damn thing. Moon over Slaughter Creek. Why'd you keep so still? Benny swore we'd never talk. Said the water took the proof. Tommy moved to Tennessee and hung himself last June. I rode back there this April night with my gloves stuffed in my coat. Kneeled down low by that black water and finally used my throat. I said his name. The reeds leaned in. Some sins get buried, some just sink. No voice came out the trees at me. No hand rose from below. Just frogs and mud and a southbound wind, and the truth I'd never told. I stood up shaking like old tin and stared till dawn went weak. A man can live a lifetime wrong and break beside one creek. Moon over Slaughter Creek. You saw the whole damn thing. Moon over Slaughter Creek. You watched us leave him in the reeds. Moon over Slaughter Creek. I said his name at last. The water never answered. She came at midnight in a black dress wet from rain. Hair stuck to her cheek like funeral silk, and a mouth cut hard with blame. I knew that knocking my old bones, 3 slow hits, then none. The kind that says you left this world, but something still came home. Mercy's got teeth, and she bites down clean. Mercy's got teeth, and she remembers everything. She sat down by the kitchen sink, wouldn't touch the coffee cup. Said he died in a room in Tulsa. Don't you dare ask of what. I didn't ask, I didn't move, I just watched the screen door shake. Some storms come through with thunder first, some with an old name in their wake. Your hands looked holy, your eyes looked cursed. Funny how love can turn long and worse. said he wore your ring on a chain for years, like he still called you friend. Then she stood up slow and pale, said you can keep your shame. I only came to see if time had changed you any same. Mercy's got teeth, and she bites down clean. Mercy's got teeth, she leaves a mark what grace had been. Mercy's got teeth, and she remembers everything. A frame from down in Waco, a tank off one dead clubman's ride, and folks from New Mexico. A seat from a sheriff's evidence lot, pipes off a preacher's son. Every piece had a story on it, none of them a clean one. Judas engine, shake my bones. Judas engine, carry me home. If home's a place for the likes of me, Judas engine, don't set me free. The first time that motor turned, the whole shed coughed black smoke. My dog ran off, the light bulb blew, and 3 window panes near broke. Old Felix from the welding shop crossed himself and spat. Said, boy, that thing ain't built to ride, it's built to answer back. Judas engine, shake my bones. Judas engine, carry me home. If home's a place for the likes of me, Judas engine, don't set me free. Town that hears her come knows I ain't passing through. That engine talks in a trader's tongue about what I failed to do. Someday she'll throw a rod for good and leave me in some ditch. Till then I ride that bastard frame like a man married to his switch. Judas engine, shake my bones. Judas engine, mock my home. Take this dark and burn it clean. Judas engine, you know where I've been. Still ticking after I shut her down. had a paper map to no gay leaves, folded soft from too many hands. Red pen marks, truck route circled, and one X out in the sand. The kid who gave it wore a Saint medal, had fear all over his jaw. Said just ride south, no phone, no names, like rules could cover law. Paper map to no gay lays, wind tearing at the seam. Paper map to no gay lays, nothing on it clean. My saddlebags held no clothes worth naming, just jerky cash and chain. A coat with one bad spring in it, and the sky threatening rain. That Sassabee dog looked up from under a rusted Ford, thin as guilt, yellow-eyed, and knowing more than words. Border moon, mesquite thorn. Some roads don't lead to freedom, they lead where a man gets worn. By dawn I hit a washboard road that beat the bars half loose. Pulled that map out one last time and felt it turn to truth. There was no X where I had stopped, no line for what I'd crossed. A man can ride by ink and mile and still not mark the cost. Paper map to no gay lays, folded down to skin. Paper map to no gay lays, couldn't tell me where I'd been. Paper map to no gay lays, couldn't tell me how to come back in. I let it blow into the scrub. There's a dead radio on the handlebar, widened back in '98. Chrome face cracked, one missing knob, still riding there by fate. It used to pull in late night saints, baseball scores and stormline news. Now it hisses when I hit a bump, like an old man clearing truth. That dead radio still talks to me, and static sparks and memories. many bars, too many guns, too many hard roadside nights. Now when the thunder rolls out west, I feel it more than here. Same with women, same with God, same with the things I fear. A wind in my teeth, dark in the grain. A man goes half deaf, and here's his shame. Tonight I cross the parish line with no song worth catching through. Just that broken speaker coughing like it knew what silence knew. I tapped the housing with my glove, and the whole thing flared once blue. Then a voice bled through 1 second long, and hell, if it weren't you. That dead radio still talks to me, not with music, not with mercy. That dead radio still talks to me in static sparks and memory. And then the black took back the sound. The Speedway every Friday, white gloves, flags and dust, quarter mile, dirt oval, and boys who think they're made of trust. They come in hot on stripped down Harleys, flat track lights in their eyes. Mothers pray, girlfriends smoke, and engines scream at the sky. Wave the yellow, wave it hard. By the time you see blood, it's too far. There's a kid from Broken Arrow, number 7, mean and fast. No front fear, jaws set clean, rides every lap like it's his last. His daddy died on this same track back in '93. I was here holding red when they carried what was free. Clay in the teeth, gas in the dark. A crowd loves danger till it leaves a mark. Small. He lived, thank God, with a shattered wrist. vacancy sign was buzzing red, like a bad idea that hadn't quit yet. Rain came down on the gravel lot, and the office TV was all weather and static. You stood there tired in a denim coat, with your hair gone wild from the storm outside. And the clerk slid us one bent brass key, like he'd seen this kind of night survive. The room smelled faintly bleach and cigarettes, and something older in the walls. There was one dim lamp by the bedside Bible, and a painting cheap enough to mean nothing at all. You laughed and said this place has seen more lies than any church in town. I said maybe so, but for one hard night it beats sleeping with the windows down. Paper Crown Motel, that's where the lonely go to borrow a little shelter from the rain and the radio. No gold, no glory, just a bed and a door that holds. Paper Crown Motel, for the hearts that can't go home. Took your boots off by the heater, held your hands out to the failing glow. Said I used to think love looked different. I said most things do before you know. Then we talked until the ice machine was the only thing left making sound. About fathers, roads, and almost, and the names we still carried around. No promises made, no future drawn, no sunrise oath to hold us on. Just two worn souls in a rented frame, trying to stay warm and not explain. Paper Crown Motel still glows in my mind, like the kind of place you only love one time. Not for what it was, but for what it let us be. Two people not pretending for a night too brief to keep. By morning the rain had turned to steam. You were already half in your coat. I paid the bill, you touched my sleeve and said take care of what you don't show. And the highway took us separate, like it always does in the end. But some nights stay in the rear view, long after the road forgets. Paint gas tanks in a cinder block shop south of the stockyard tracks. Candy red ivory pinstripes, skulls on matte black lacquer backs. Young boys bring me soft new steel, one lightning, wolves and saints. They say make it mean. I nod and squint and mix up all the paint. I can make steel look holy his taint done one last time. Pearl white, no flames, no snake, just his name and the little cross he wore down by the break. Reducer, thinner, masking tape. Some ghosts come back in the colors you make. She cried once, paid me cash, said he would've liked that shine. I watched her leave with that dead man's tank and something of mine. I can make steel look holy, I can make the blacktop gleam, I can lay down fire so pretty it almost looks redeemed. But I can't paint over what wakes me in my sleep. The compressor ticked after dark. There's a rooftop over Memphis where the city hums below. I climbed up there near morning just to watch the river smoke. Bike parked crooked by the alley, helmet hanging from my hand. Some nights a man gets tired of trying to understand, and the morning comes whether you're ready or not, whether you loved enough or lost what you got. Every night leaves something behind in the dark you can't name. And the last cigarette burns down the same for every outlaw without a place, every rider too far gone to change. There's a guitar in a pawn shop window I used to swear I'd buy, back when I thought I had forever and forever had time. Funny how your dreams get quieter the longer you stay awake, not because you stop believing, because you learn what breaks. And the morning comes whether you're ready or not, whether you loved enough or lost what you got. Every night leaves something behind in the dark you can't name. And the last down the same for every outlaw without a place, every rider too far gone to change. Old train rode through around sunrise, shaking rust from every rail. Coffee gone cold beside me, and the sky gone pale. I thought about calling somebody just to hear a human voice, but loneliness becomes a habit long enough by choice. People think being alone and being free are the same thing. They ain't. Now the city's waking slowly and the street lights blink away. I light one last cigarette before I ride into the day. Not chasing ghosts of trouble, not running from the past, just trying to hold on to something that lasts. And the morning comes whether you want it or not, through the empty bars and parking lots. Every man reaches a point he can't fake, and the last cigarette burns down slow like every truth you already know. Some roads don't break your heart, they wake it. They gave my bike back out the impound lot, $40 short and cold. Bent left lever, scuffed up pipes, and a tag that read released hope. Someone had fixed the St. Metal back onto the clutch side wire. Not with chain, not leather cord, just a white zip tie from the yard. St. Christopher hanging by a plastic thread. St. Christopher watching where my dumb soul led. I laughed at first, then stood there still, helmet hanging from my wrist. 'Cause that cheap white strip in the morning sun looked like mercy if it slipped. I'd spent 3 nights on county steel for swinging first it canes. A jukebox light, a barroom mouth, the old familiar stain. St. Christopher hanging by a plastic watching where my dumb soul lives. Concrete bench, buzzing light, a man gets older, not wiser overnight. I rode out slow past the scrapyard fence with no one left to impress. Touched that saint with one black glove and felt a little less. Not clean, not fixed, not born again, just tired of fighting dust. Some men get saved by rope and hymn, some by a thing that should not hold but does. Saint Christopher, hanging by a plastic thread. Saint Christopher, still above my foolish head. Saint Christopher, I don't know why you stayed. The Ferris wheel was half-lit turning, like it had nowhere else to be. Kids still running through the sawdust and the smell of fried dough and the breeze. I was leaning by the ring-tossed trailer with a warm beer and a tired hand, when you came through in that red jean jacket, like the last bright thing in a darkening land. You said these towns all look the same at midnight. I said most nights I do too. You laughed like you'd heard worse answers from worse men trying to play it cool. We walked past tractors, quilts and ribbons, past the old men guessing weight, and for an hour the whole county fair felt bigger than our usual fate. County fair midnight, that's all it was. A little neon, a little dust, a little music drifting through, and me standing there with you. Some things don't last, some things don't have to. County fair midnight still gets me through. Nothing at the bottle booth. I bought your coffee gone half cold. You said you had a bus by morning. I said I had another road. The band was playing by the livestock barn, some old sad song in 3/4 time. And under strings of borrowed light, you let your right hand fall in mine. No grand promise, no last name plans, no porch swing dream, no wedding bands, just two tired souls in a borrowed scene, finding a little mercy in the in-between. County fair midnight, a slow dance and one goodbye, the kind that stays without a sound long after the ride shut down. Some nights burn out, some keep burning. County Fair midnight still comes around. By dawn the lot was almost empty, paper cups and mud and dew. I drove west with the sun behind me, and the smell of that night still on my clothes. My wedding ring's got black grease in it, won't wash out with soap. I've tried hot water, lined steel wool, and every kind of hope. She used to laugh and call it honest, said it meant I worked with hands. Now she just turns her coffee cup and don't ask where I've been. Grease under the wedding ring, black where the gold should shine. Grease under the wedding ring, like the road got in before I knew it was mine. There's a panhead frame up on the stand, been there near 6 months now. I know each bolt like scripture lines, no less about us somehow. She stood out in the shop last week in one of my old flannel shirts, said you fix dead things real patient, why not this when it hurts? Shop light white, crickets thin, a hard man hears the truth and still don't let it end. I took that ring off slow, set it down beside a ranch, stared at both like one of them might tell me what got bent. Then I slid it back where it belonged and killed the radio hum. A man can love with busted hands and still leave a woman numb. Don't always shout when it kills a thing inside. Grease under the wedding ring, and I can't say it ain't mine. The sink water ran black up well. I push a broom through county court after everybody's gone. Jury box empty, flag gone still, the vending lights left on. The judge leaves coffee on the bench, clerks leave gum beneath the rail. Lawyers leave their yellow pads, and defendants leave their hell. I sweep the courtroom clean, but nothing here gets clean. There's chewing tobacco by the spittoon, and blood once on row 3. A boy punched out when they said 30 years for something too close to me. I know the smell of polished wood and fear in pressed good clothes. I know how shame sounds in a room when every whisper slows. My bucket water, moonlight glass. Some men get sentenced, some just watch it pass. Tonight I found a child's crayon rolled beneath the public seats. One red line on a legal pad, like a little wound too sweet. I stood there longer than I should, with that crayon in my hand. A man can dodge the law for years and still get judged by where he stands. I sweep the courtroom clean, still the air hangs mean. I sweep the courtroom clean, still hear the old machine of blaming oath and polished oak, and men brought to their knees. I sweep the courtroom clean, but nothing here gets clean. My daddy sold foreclosed houses with a fast tongue and a tie. Front porches, barns, and widow's land, all beneath the summer sky. I stood beside him, 9 years old, with a clipboard and sunburned ears, watching grown men bid on kitchens, still smelling faint of years. Everything goes if the price gets right. Everything goes under noonday light. One place had dolls in the hallway still, and a dress on the closet door. One old hound wouldn't leave the porch till the deputy dragged him off the floor. Daddy never slowed his chant, not for tears of shame or dust. He said, son, the world don't pause just because somebody's crushed. Hammer down, crowd leans in, the world gets sold again. Gone and I sell nothing, work a jackhammer for the state. Still hear his voice when a house sits dark or I'm passing a rusty gate. Some boys inherit pocket knives, a Bible verses warm and slow. I got a rhythm for losing things and the hard way people go. Everything goes if the price gets right. Everything goes under courthouse light, a field of bed, a child's back room, a life worn thin and broke. Everything goes. That's the first truth Daddy spoke. There's a black road running through Nevada where the desert swallows sound. I hit it just before midnight with the storm clouds hanging down. Engine humming like confession, headlight cutting through the dust. Some men ride to chase tomorrow, some because they've lost. These blacktop songs keep singing low through the miles and the undertow. Every road I thought I chose me to. These blacktop songs don't leave a man, they settle deep beneath the skin. Some prayers don't reach heaven, they just follow you. There's a bar outside of Gallup where the neon barely breathes. Old riders sit like broken statues, with ghosts beneath their sleeves. Bartender poured without speaking, like he understood the cost. Some men wear their colors proudly, some wear what they lost. The road remembers everything. There's a brother buried near Flagstaff, under hard and bitter stone. I still hear his laugh some nights when the highway's all alone. Funny how the loudest engines leave the quietest kind of pain, like the wind still carries pieces of the ones that didn't stay. People think the road sets you free. Truth is, it just gives your ghosts more room to ride. Now dawn breaks cold beyond the mountains, and the fuel lights glowing dim. Still I keep that throttle steady, like I owe something to him. Maybe peace ain't meant for riders, maybe silence is the deal. Some men stop when they get older, some just keep the wheel. These blacktop songs keep rolling on, long after the rider's gone. Every mile another song engraved. These blacktop songs don't fade with time, they live between the broken lines. Some roads don't take your soul, they stay. There's an apiary behind my house, 6 white boxes in a row. Out past the chain link, past the burn pile, where the Johnson grass grows slow. I keep that veil up on a nail beside my old black cut. One kept me safe from younger men, one from the little stings in blood. Honeybees and memory both know how to swarm. Honeybees and memory both can strip a man warm. My old lady said I lost my mind, trading bars for smoke and bloom. I told her, ma'am, I'm tired of rooms where every laugh means doom. Now I crack the frames in morning light and hear that low gold hum, like 1,000 1,000 tiny engines saying, look what you become. The queen stays hidden, the workers bleed. Funny how a whole life runs on hunger and on need. Last week one got inside my glove, stung the soft place near my thumb. I cussed out loud, then laughed alone at the man I've long become. 'Cause I've been hurt by bigger things, with meaner mouths and teeth. But there's something in a small clean pain that cuts a little deeper beneath. Honeybees and memory both know where to land. Honeybees and memory both work a hard old hand. I draw the honey slow as sin and taste what I've been warned of. Honeybees and memory still make a hard man soft. The boxes hummed into the dusk. Granddad's house smelled like sour pipe smoke, onions, and old pine boards. A shotgun in the cold closet, and calendars from feed store stores. We cleaned it out on Saturday, cousins' trucks and coffee cans. My aunt took quilts, my brother tools. I took what fit in one bad hand. Black dentures in a jelly glass, that's what was left at last. They said he fought in 2 hard wars and whipped 3 men in town. Said he could break a coat by feel and never once got knocked down. But in the bathroom by the sink, I found his hearing aid, a bottle of pills, a cracked tan mirror, and the truth that old men fade. Legends walk, but bodies lean. Time gets mean in ways unseen. In a dish towel, then set them back again. Couldn't bear to throw away what once bit down through pain. Funny how the smallest things can cut a grown man fast. Not medals, guns, or Sunday hats, black dentures in a jelly glass. Dentures in a jelly glass, a pair of boots beneath the bed. A man turns myth inside a family till one small room says what he was instead. Black dentures in a jelly glass, that's what was left at last. The house went hollow by evening. There's a dead town west of nowhere, where the motel sign still glows. I rode through there last November with a cut across my soul. Wind pushed hard against the highway, dust moves slow across the lane. Some men ride to clear their heads, some ride to numb the pain. Dead town lights keep burning low, like they know what riders know. Every mile takes a little more than you planned. Dead town lights in the rain tonight, cold as guilt and twice as bright. Some roads don't lead you home, they just stand. There's a woman down in Denver who quit trying years ago. Said you carried too much darkness for a man to hold alone. I laughed like it didn't hit me, like I still had room to run. But the truth catches up eventually to everyone. The night always catches up. There's a patch zone under leather that I hardly feel no more. Not because it means less now, because it means too much to ignore. I've seen brothers turn to photographs, seen bars turn into graves. Funny how the road keeps moving while nothing really changes. You spend enough years out here, eventually you stop wondering if the road is killing you, and start wondering if it's the only thing keeping you alive. Now the engine hums beneath me like an old familiar sin, and dawn hangs pale across the desert like it don't want to come in. If peace exists for men like me, it probably ain't in sight. Maybe it's just learning how to ride through the night. Dead town lights still glow the same for every rider without a name. Every scar and every shame still rides. Dead town lights through the windshield she'll rain through the whiskey and the pain. Some roads don't let you leave, they decide. They're tearing down the tobacco barn off Highway 17, where my uncle cured leaf every fall till the market turned mean. That barn stood black against the dusk, with boards warped hard by heat, tar paper roof, one busted loft, and red mud at its feet. There goes the last tobacco barn, and something in me with it. There goes the last tobacco barn, smoke, sweat, and all that hid in it. I learned to strip and hang those leaves before I learned to drive. Hands stained brown by supper time and too tired to feel alive. My uncle said, boy, this ain't a trade, it's just a way to stay. Back then I thought those were the same, now I know they ain't today. Dozer blade, morning frost, one more thing gets turned to cost. Gas chain bought the property, says they'll break ground in June. 6 pump items, bright LED, coffee hot by afternoon. I stood there while the first wall fell, dust rising through the cane. A man can leave a place for years and still come back too late to change. There goes the last tobacco barn, board by board and beam by beam. There goes the last tobacco barn, and half the county's buried dream. There goes the last tobacco barn, and I can smell it in the steam. Past the lime pit, past the pines, there's a clearing no map keeps. One canvas tent, half mildew stained, and boards where the old sawdust sleeps. Bikes came in from 4 hot states under a wolf-thin moon. No patch parade, no poker run, just men who got there too soon. Barrow Road revival, no choir but the pipes. Marrow preacher from Baton Rouge stood in boots and denim black. No Bible up, just weathered hands and a scar from shoulder to back. He said, I ain't here to save a soul, I'm here to name what hurts. Then one by one men spoke of sons of overdoses, knives and dirt. Canvas snaps, stars burn thin. Some men come to worship, some just to tell where they've been. I said nothing till near daybreak, then gave my brother's name. And for one breath that busted tent held more than guilt and flame. No snakes, no tongues, no miracle, just coffee boiling gray. But I left there lighter than I came, and hated how that felt okay. Narrow road revival, no saints, no polished light. Narrow road revival, just hard men telling night. Narrow road revival, and something in me bent right. Every October, our little bunch rides north where the soybeans lean to cut and haul for worn-out farms left short by death or drink or spleen. We call it chrome harvest, half is joke, half cause the tanks catch sun. Rows of bikes by grain bins tall, and old women waving a song. Chrome harvest, dust and diesel hymn. Chrome harvest, where the good ain't clean, but it still gets in. This year the place was Waverly's, her husband gone since spring, but her hired hand was Cain's first cousin and looked at me like a loaded thing. We worked till noon in combine noise, then stood by the water drum. He said, my kin still says your name. I said, some names never come undone. Stalks cut low, buzzards wheel. A field will show what men conceal. Sundown she brought out stew and bread, handshaking from old age. Said if men must carry family wars, at least don't do it in my age. So we sat and ate in a line of dust, with anger cooling thin. Funny how a harvest can shame two fools into letting daylight win. Chrome harvest, dust on every grin. Chrome harvest, no angels but a little discipline. Chrome harvest, and I'll ride back next year again. Combines ticking in the dark. Loved old rails and Harley cams, equal bad, equal true. Said trains and bikes were cousin beasts, both born to run right through. So when he died in winter sleep, we waited out till June, then rode at night to Nickel Plate Bridge under a cut wire moon. Nickel plate moon, shine on the iron dust. Nickel plate moon, make this grief hold its rust. We killed the bikes above the span, heard frogs below and reeds. Ray brought the flask, I brought his cap, and Tommy brought old time tables and sleeves. No preacher there, just steel and stars, and one freight far off, wine and thin. We passed the bottle, said one line each about the kind of fool he'd been. Nickel plate moon, nickel plate moon, make this grief hold its rust. The train came through near 2 a.m., southbound hammering the dark, and every face in that sodium wash looked younger for a spark. We set his cap on a signal post, let the headwind take the brim. A man can leave by wreck or age and still keep running in them. Nickel plate moon, shine on the gravel and chrome. Nickel plate moon, he never had much else gone home. Nickel plate moon, and neither did we, come to think. courthouse square, with that laces stacked to the crown. Her husband drew county survey lines till his heart laid the pencils down. She called and said he knew your roads. Come take what's yours to keep. I climbed 3 flights to a room of maps and dust gone scholar deep. The cartographer's widow had my roads in drawer and string. The cartographer's widow knew where my bad miles had been. There were pencil notes by river bends, small crosses by motel towns, a circle red around Dry Bone Pass, and dates I had been around. She touched one map with a careful nail, said he tracked biker deaths for years, said roads remember patterns long before the riders here. The cartographer's widow had my roads in drawer and string. The cartographer's widow knew where my bad miles had been. Ink on linen, rain on chrome. Some men map the country, some map where grief goes home. I took one road tied up in blue, rode out beneath church bells. At a stoplight I unbound the thing and felt my cold blood swell. There was my wreck near Mercer Ridge, marked 5 years to the day, with one small note in his neat black hand. Survived, but did not leave. The cartographer's widow gave me roads I couldn't fold. The cartographer's widow handed me my weather roll. The cartographer's widow, and I still ride with that roll. Kickstand snapped outside Laredo at a gas stop with one tree. Bike fell over in a puddle of oil, and everybody looked at me. I said some words not fit for Sunday, kicked the gravel, checked the spring. I bought a dog bark like he had jokes at my whole busted scene. That's the gospel of the broken kickstand. Pride goes down what's real. An old Mexican man in a straw hat came over with a length of wire. Didn't ask my club, my name, my sins, just looked once at the tire. He said, too much chrome, not enough thinking. I laughed and said, that tracks. He wired that stand-up mean but solid. Spit once and stepped right back. Lean it left, lean it slow. Everything worth riding breaks somewhere. You don't wanna know. Then his granddaughter brought sweet tea in a jelly jar with ice. Looked at my cut and my busted knuckles like trouble had a price. She said, you boys all think you're wolves. I said, mostly tight dogs now. She laughed so hard I near forgot what had me cussing out loud. Sunset on the pumps, flies and lazy rains. A man can lose his temper over little things, then get it handed back by a stranger with pliers and strings. I should have left right after fixing, but they fed me beans and ham. A granddad played 2 chords on a porch guitar like he knew exactly who I am. So I stayed till the sky went purple and the station lights buzzed blue. Funny how the road can break your plans, then make one better for you. That's the gospel of the broken kickstand. Don't trust shine, trust hands. That's the gospel of the broken kickstand. Mercy don't always come grand. Sometimes it's wire and sweet tea and people who don't give a damn who you've been. There's a dyno shop and broken wheel behind a tire in the 10th place. Tin roof heat, 2 fans dead, and timing charts in a grease-smudged case. I rolled in for a jet and tune, pipe popping lean and hot, then saw him there by the parts washer, the man I'd hoped I'd forgot. Judas in the dyno shop, hands black, same as mine. Judas in the dyno shop, measuring air and time. He looked up slow, no flinch, no grin, just odor around the eyes. Said need a pull like we were strangers and not 2 men built from lies. Back in '03 he fed them names over meth and county fear. 3 good men did state time hard, and I learned to disappear. Drum spins fast, numbers climb, some debts don't burn off with heat and time. my bike and rode her wide. The whole room shook with flame. Then killed the run and said real low, I still wake with their names. I signed the slip and took my change. No swing, no grand revenge. Funny how age can cool a fist and leave the soul on edge. Judas in the dino shop, still breathing, still in grease. Judas in the dino shop, and I rode off without peace. Judas in the dino shop, some engines smooth out, some never cease. The printout curled on my tank in the wind. His hearing in a machine shop blast back in '99. Now he drums at the Black Mare bar, keeping me in old time. Big beard, black vest, one clouded eye, and sticks taped up with blue. He watches boots, he watches miles, and knows just what to do. He feels the beat through pinewood boards. He feels the beat like a second Lord. He feels the beat, he feels the beat through pinewood boards. He feels the beat like a second Lord. I rode in wet from Arkansas. He was kicking offset too. Slide guitar, bass thick as mud, and a singer chewing truth. That drummer grin when the dancers stomp like thunder under skin. A man don't need both ears to know when the whole room's caving in. He feels the beat through pinewood boards. He feels the beat like a second Lord. He feels the beat, he feels the beat through pinewood boards. He feels the beat like a second Lord. Snare cracks white, neon sweats red. Some songs ain't heard, they're carried in the dead. She sat outside, smoking in the alley damp. I said, hell of a set. He read my lips, nodded once beneath the lamp. He tapped his chest and then the wall, said sound moved in, that's all. I rode away with pops gone loud, feeling strangely small. He feels the beat in barstool legs. He feels the beat where memory begs. He feels the beat, and that's more than most men get. rain hit hard outside Amarillo, like nails in a rusted pan. I took room 7 cash, no smile lied when he asked my name. The clerk had one blue cataract eye and fingers yellowed through. He said, "Storm will pin you here till dawn." I said, "Storms usually do." Tin halo, buzzing in the dark. The sign outside kept blinking red, halo with the T-burn weak. So from the bed it read like a warning, half mercy, half bad sleep. Through the wall I heard a woman laugh, then something hit the floor. Then quiet, the kind that settles mean outside a cheap motel door. Tin Halo Motel, keep your neon off my skin. Tin Halo Motel, don't let my old ghost sin. I've slept in worse, I've done worse things, but this room knows where I've been. Around 2:13 came a knock, not loud, just 3 times flat. I reached for the 38 in my boot and heard, "You got a match?" She stood there drenched in a denim coat, mascara running thin. Said a man was drunk in room 9 and she didn't want to go back in. So I gave her fire and half my cigarettes. She gave me a look, I ain't shook yet. Said, "You ride?" I said, "Enough." She said, "That's the same as bleeding slow." We sat on those stiff motel chairs with the TV on, no sound. She talked about Corpus, broken teeth, and one son out of town. I talked less, which helped us both. Some nights truth don't need much frame, just 2 tired people and a buzzing sign, trying not to say each other's names. Tin Halo, buzzing in the dark. Tin halo, burning through the tarp of my heart. At dawn she left with my spare lighter and rain still in her hair. No kiss, no promise, no miracle, just a room gone cheap and bare. I stood outside while the sign went dead, boot heels sunk in mud. A man can ride through 50 storms and still get caught by one that doesn't draw blood. Tin Halo Motel, you held the dark just right. Tin Halo Motel, you got me through the night. No angel came, no trumpet blew, just one more man not dying in room 7's light. The highway steamed by sunrise. beside my rain black gloves. Cut keys, dead bolts, jammy doors, and folks who swear it's love. My number's passed at bars and jails and trailer parks at dawn. Can't get in, left keys inside. Please come before he's gone. Every lock gives up if you know where to lean. Every lock gives up. That's the worst thing I've seen. Every lock gives up if you know where to lean. Every lock gives up. That's the worst thing I've seen. Last Tuesday out by Miller's Creek, a woman called near one, barefoot in gravel, lip gone split. Said he's inside with my son. I popped that knob in 13 seconds. Heard the TV and the ice. No hero song, no righteous speech. Just one more ugly night. Every lock gives up if you know where to lean. Every lock gives up. That's the worst thing I've seen. Every lock gives up if you know where to lean. Every lock gives up. That's the worst thing I've seen. Changed her latch and cut 2 keys. She paid in 20s damp. My bike ticked hot beneath the porch. Moths dying at the lamp. Some men break in to take what shines. I break in to let light through. Still every bolt I turn at night comes home and works on you. Every lock gives up, sooner or meaner than planned. Every lock gives up under the right kind of hand. Every lock gives up, and some hearts do too. I rode off with brass filings on my jeans. woman's place. 2 weeks after, they found him in his bed. Pickup tailgate, folding chairs, tools laid out in rows, his boots still there. A shaving mug and one good Sunday coat. A whole life on folding tables, pressed to move by noon. I bought a socket wrench set cheap and his old enamel pan. Miss Vera took the cedar chest and cried halfway to the van. A boy from town bought Nolan's rifle like it was nothing more than steel. Didn't know that gun fed 3 kids once through winter's hardest wheel. When a man goes, what stays behind ain't the stories, just the items. To my truck and stared back at the yard at strangers bent over dollar things from a life that had been hard. Made me think about my own garage, what my pile would say of me. Probably he worked, he smoked, he left and didn't talk much, far as we could see. A whole life on folding tables, pressed to move by noon. Funny how a man can vanish and leave the shape of every room. Wind flipping price tags, sold my Martin in a pawn shop, winter of '09. Rent was due, truck was dead, and pride don't cover lights. The guy behind the counter said, "You sure?" And I said, "Yeah." Like it was just a thing of wood and not the best I had. I heard my old guitar in somebody else's hands. Thursday crowd, half-drunk songs and neon on the coasters. A kid stepped up with a scarred-up case, asked if he could sit in. First chord rang and I knew that top like a voice I'd once lived in. Time buys strange second chances, not for people. Sometimes for objects. Close, I asked him straight, where'd you get that thing? He named the shop, he smiled and said, it's the best guitar I've seen. I nodded once and let it be. He played 2 more till 1. Some nights the world gives back a piece, but not the one it's from. I heard my old guitar in somebody else's hands. Sounded better than it ever did. That's the part I understand. I tipped him 20 in the jar. I punch in at 11 sharp, steel-toe boots and smoke, orange vest, coffee breath, and jokes that ain't no joke. The towers hum like power lines out past the flare, stack glow. You learn real quick a man can age where the sun don't ever show. Another night in the refinery, blue flame chewing up the dark. Another night in the refinery, trying to feel a human heart. Marlon talks about his second wife, Ricky talks about his knees. I just tighten valves, read pressure gauges, and try not to think too deep. My boss sent me a picture last week, little league dirt on his face. I stared at it in the locker room like I knew that kid from some old place. The siren screams, then dies back down. Everything's danger till it turns routine. At 4 a.m. the sky goes gray, but morning ain't for men like me. We walk out, bend into parking lot light like ghosts from machinery. I sit behind the wheel too long before I start the truck. A man can make good on his pay and still come home half-struck. Another night in the refinery, blue flame chewing up the dark. Another night in the refinery, trying to feel a human heart. Sunrise in the rearview glass. Came at 2:30 through the back and under doors. Fridge went sideways, photo frames broke, mud all across the floor. We spent the night up on the stairs with quilts and 2 wet kids, listening to the cattle low and praying the levee held. There's a flood mark on the wall and one in me that won't come. By noon the church boys brought us bleach, shovels, gloves, and pie. Men I barely ever spoke to stood knee-deep at my side. My wife found our wedding album, swollen, thick and brown. She sat down on an upside bucket, wouldn't make a sound. You learn real fast what floats away and what just rots where it lay. Time it storms at night, I wake before the rain. Walk that hallway, touch that wall, and count what still remains. A house can dry in summer heat, boards can take new paint, but once you watch your whole life drift, you never trust calm again. There's a flood mark on the wall, and one in me that won't come off. There's a line where the water stood, and one where I got lost. Still smell river in the studs. Blue canvas, grease and age. Patch on the chest, local 43. Half the thread worn off with rage. My old man wore it through the strike back in '84. 31 days, no paycheck came, till the company locked the floor. That Union jacket still fits the bones of him. Yeah. I was 9 and didn't know much, just soup on the stove and whispers. Mom counting change, Dad smoking late, and men with signs in winter. He never called himself brave at all, just stubborn, broken, mad. But I learned more from that coat on him than any sermon ever had. Some men leave land, some men leave names. Mine left a jacket and a way to stand. Fit right across my back, still fits the bones of him. That Union jacket still fits the bones of him. And every year I understand a little more what lived in it. Greyhound out of Baton Rouge, 3 in the morning rain. Old men sleeping, babies crying, TV humming low and strange. She sat down with a denim bag and a bruise she did not hide. Said, mind if I shook my head and moved my coat aside. Some people tell the truth to folks they'll never see again. She said she had a sister north in a town called Bowling Green. Said a man was mean when drinking, sober wasn't all that clean. I told her I hauled sheetrock once, then worked a county road, then rode too far from what I was till I was mostly road. Bus light blue, window black, 2 worn souls and no looking back. At Memphis, she got off alone before the daylight spread. She touched my sleeve, said, stay alive, that's all we ever said. I watched her walk through station light, thin as smoke and hard as tin. Some people tell the truth at night and leave you holding it within. Some people tell the truth to folks they'll never see again. That's why it lands so hard and stay so long within. The bus rolled on to dawn. There's a forge behind the feed store, been there since my dad. Black soot walls, bent coffee cans, and every hammer mark he had. I shoe a few old rancher mares, fix gate latches, weld chain. Mostly now I stand in heat and listen hard to rain. This town don't need a blacksmith now, still I light the fire. This town don't need a blacksmith now, but I ain't learned nothing higher. drive by in lifted trucks, phones lit blue in hand. They don't know what hot iron smells like, or how to trust your hands. Mrs. Doyle brought her daddy's rake, said, "Can you make it last?" I told her yes, we both knew well I was talking about more than cast. Steel gives slow if you treat it right. People don't. That's the difference. I found one of my father's shoes, half buried by the shed. Nail holes are rusted, one side split, like the years got in it bad. I set it by the doorway hook, where the evening catches through. Some things stay alive by use, some just by what they knew. This town don't need a blacksmith now, still I light the fire. This town don't need a blacksmith now, and I ain't tired yet. No, I ain't tired. Sparks up in the dusk. Rain on the tank and mud on tires, half-dead moon and telephone wires. I've been riding since Arkansas, with a smoke and a worn-out jaw. Truck stop, coffee and a shaking hand. Another night I don't understand. Some men sleep when the dark rolls in. I just ride through it. And the rain keeps falling on the tank tonight, cold like memory, dull like regret. Every mile feels harder than the last to forget. And the road keeps pulling at my bones, like it knows I ain't got nowhere else to go. Some men find peace in a home, some don't. Saw my reflection in a station glass, looked like somebody built from the past. Leather cracked and eyes worn thin, like the miles settled in. There's a name stitched under my vest I still carry close to my chest. Lost him south of Abilene back in '03. And the rain keeps falling on the tank tonight, cold like memory, dull like regret. Every mile feels harder than the last to forget. And the road keeps pulling at my bones, like it knows I ain't got nowhere else to go. Some men find peace in a home, some don't. Told me you love that road more than anything warm you hold. I wanted to tell her she was wrong, but she was gone. Funny thing about silence is it follows you wherever you live. And out here there's too much room for the truth. A motorcycle don't save you, just gives you somewhere to sit while you carry it. Morning's coming pale and slow, rain still tapping on chrome below. I'll kick the engine one more time and follow that line. Not because I think there's more or something worth looking for, just because standing still feels worse. And the rain keeps falling on the tank again, like the sky's trying to wash old sins, but some stains settle deeper in with time. And the road keeps humming underneath, like an old wound learning how to breathe. Some men die when their heart stops, some long before. Some don't. Out in the junkyard south, with the frames stack up like prayers, fenders dozing, busted hoods bleaching in the summer air. Folks bring me tractors, Harleys, trucks, anything near dead. I pull one good part out of three and make the old thing breathe instead. I'm the bone orchard mechanic, living off what won't stay down. Bone orchard mechanic, king of this rusted ground. There's a school bus with no windows left and a hearse from '72. A sheriff's car shot through the door and a panhead split in two. I found a child's shoe in a glove box once, a wedding picture in a dash. You learn real fast not to ask too much of the ghosts folks leaving scrap. Torch sparks white, crows wheel black. Every dead machine keeps one story back. At dusk, the whole yard glows blood orange, heat still rising from the tin. I stand there with a breaker bar and the noise of my own sin. Some men fix what can be saved, some just keep the pieces talking. I've been making dead steel move for years and still hear my own bones knocking. Bone orchard mechanic, living off what won't stay down. Bone orchard mechanic, married to this rusted ground. Yeah, I keep the old wrecks breathing while the rest of me breaks down. Crows settle on the crane arm. watching hard luck get sold. Gold teeth rifles, wedding bands, chainsaws, drills, and shame. Mothers pawn their bracelets here, and drunks pawn daddy's name. Carbon paper halo, blue ink on my hands. Carbon paper halo, I'm just the middleman. But every tag I tear off feels a little like a brand. A kid came in with his granddad's watch, said rent was past due twice. Wouldn't meet my eyes, just named his price, too low to still be pride. Then an old club brother I knew from years walked in thin and gray, laid his cut on the countertop, said, "What's memory pay?" Bell on the door, fluorescent hum, mercy ain't cash, and it sure don't come. At close I count the carbon slips in a room that smells like steel. Some men steal with the gun in hand, some just put a number on what folks feel. I lock the cases, kill the lights, stand there in the blue. A man can quit the road and fight and still wind up sorting through the ruin of you. Carbon paper halo, blue ink on my hands. Carbon paper halo, I'm just the middleman. Yeah, but every broken thing I price leaves a little black on my hands. There's a man rides north through Oklahoma on a blacked out shovel head. Cold wind cutting through his denim like the things he never said. Gas stop lights reflecting silence off the scars beneath his skin, and the number 13 on his knuckles looks darker in the rain. 13 on his knuckles, 13 in his soul. Every mile another piece he lost along the road. 13 on his knuckles, like a promise carved in stone. Some men ride with brothers, some ride alone. There's a waitress down in Tulsa who still remembers his name. Says he always sat there quiet, like a man avoiding flames. Black coffee, 2 cigarettes, his eyes fixed out beyond the glass, like he saw something in the highway that nobody else could pass. You don't wear that number for luck. There's a grave outside of Lubbock with no flowers and no cross, just dirt gone hard from weather and the weight of what it cost. He stops there every winter when the moon hangs pale and thin, puts one hand against the cold ground and leaves without a word again. Some marks fade, some become the man. Now the road runs long through midnight, and the engine's humming low, like it's carrying every secret he'll never let go. If tomorrow comes without him, the highway won't slow down. It'll just keep rolling westward, past another nameless town. 13 on his knuckles, 13 in his veins. Every road he ever took still echoes with the pain. 13 on his knuckles, like a line he can't erase. Some men wear their history, some wear their fate. There's a white church off Route 6, no sign, no painted name, just folding chairs and kerosene, and a hymn sung half in flame. I heard the tambourine first, then a woman crying through. Pulled my bike beside the kudzu fence like a fool with time to lose. They were dancing with the snakes, like love and death were kin. They were dancing with the snakes and daring God to step in. The preacher's wife had coal black hair and a scar across one wrist. She lifted up a timber rattler like a sinner to be kissed. Men in overalls shook and sang, sweat shining in the heat. A little boy sat by a milk crate, barely moving in bare feet. Fan blades slow, moon gone red. Some faith gets born where common sense lies dead. Preacher took one heart strike right under the wedding ring. No scream, no fall, just to look like he'd seen exactly what belief would bring. Nobody ran, nobody broke. They sang that final verse. I backed away to the gravel lot, feeling holy, sick and cursed. They were dancing with the snakes, with heaven in their teeth. They were dancing with the snakes, making terror look like peace. They were dancing with the snakes, and I still hear it in my sleep. We came in low through the back road dusk, 3 bikes black and the air gone rust. Headlights cut through the dying fields like old war knives that never healed. Big Crow rode first, with his chin set hard, gray in his beard like a burned out spark. No one talked when the engines ran. You don't waste words when you ride with men. We stopped for gas in a nowhere town where the locals stare and the lights on brown. One young fool kept looking twice at the cuts, the scars, and the cold burned eyes. Big Crow said, "Son, don't chase this sound. This life takes more than it lays down. It'll give you brothers, steel and miles, then bury half and leave you wild. We ride by an iron brother oath, through blood, blacktop, and weathered ghosts. Some men break and some men bend. We ride till the road says this is the end. I knew one woman in Baton Rouge who loved that rumble but feared it too. She'd stand porch side in the evening heat, barefoot still on the broken concrete. She said, "One day I'll hear that growl and know for sure you ain't coming home." I pulled her close, but I said nothing back. Some truths sound meaner when they're exact. This ain't freedom the way boys dream. It's rain in your boots and a hard machine. It's bury your names by a fence line cross, then twisting the throttle with fresh cut loss. It's one hand scarred and the other numb. It's living too loud to ever go soft. It's keeping a code when the night gets cruel and standing your ground when the world wants blood. We ride by an iron brother oath, past county lines and the pines below. If there's a heaven for the stubborn kind, it sounds like pipes in the midnight pines. ever knew still ride somewhere just out of view. By dawn we roll where the blackbirds rose, three long shadows and the silence close. Big crow lit up at the county sign, and the road took us one more time. Ferry after dark at Devil's Tooth Bend, flat bottom barge, one chain, one lamp, and a current with no friend. The river here don't rush or shout, it pulls the quiet kind, like men who smile with blood on them and leave the truth behind. This river takes the weight and never says from who. This river takes the weight and leaves the mark on you. A woman came in widow black with a suitcase tied in twine. Didn't look at me, didn't blink much, paid exact and stepped in line. Then a preacher with a split lip and a Bible wrapped in oilcloth. Then a boy with one boot muddy and fear he couldn't wash off. Chain groans low, water sways. Some folks cross at midnight, 'cause daylight never prays. Hey! Halfway through the fog rolled thick, a lantern turned the whole world small. The woman asked, "You ever wonder who keeps count of all?" I said, "Ma'am, I just pull rope," but I felt that answer right. A man can haul the living over and still ferry what they're not. This river takes the weight of the lies and the bruises too. This river takes the weight, but it hands some back to you. Yeah, this river takes the weight and leaves the dark in you. The chain kept singing after dawn. like beer and wet concrete. Men in hats and women tired and losing hanging in the heat. I go there when the week goes bad, or when the week goes good. 'Cause a man can make a habit out of anything that holds. I keep betting on the long shot, like I ain't learned a thing. I keep betting on the long shot and losing like a king. My brother says I got my daddy's itch, that same hole in the brain, where luck looks clean and work looks slow and shame comes after gain. A waitress named Celeste knows mine by how I fold the slips. She says, honey, go on home tonight. I grin and wet my lips. Greyhound blur, crowd leans hard. Some men chase God, I chase a scoreboard. Race 9 broke me down to coins, race 10 took the rest. I sat there with a crumpled stub and a storm inside my chest. Outside the lot, my bike stood mute, chrome wet with Gulf Coast rain. A man can swear off 50 times and still walk in the same. I keep betting on the long shot, on dogs, on nights, on me. I keep betting on the long shot, like losing might set me free. I keep betting on the long shot, and it keeps cashing me. Celeste killed the sign at midnight. There's a burn mark on the table where your coffee cup used to sit. That old fan still turns above me, like it don't know when to quit. The house sounds too familiar when there ain't nobody here. Every board and every doorway says the same thing loud and clear. The truth sits in the ashtray, right beside my cigarettes. It ain't kind and it ain't easy, but truth sits in the ashtray, and it's wearing my damn name. I remember how you asked me for the 100th time to stay, and I laughed like some old outlaw who had too much pride to change. Now your side of this old bedroom looks like winter bearing still, and every night I hear my own voice saying things I should have killed. The truth sits in the ashtray, right beside my cigarettes. It ain't kind and it ain't easy, but it ain't lied to me yet. I can blame the road and whiskey, I can curse what I became, but the truth sits in the ashtray, and it's wearing my damn name. No slam door, no big goodbye, just a woman running out of tries. That kind of leaving cuts you worse, 'cause there ain't no scene to dramatize. So tonight I'm at this table with a lighter and a hard old head, trying not to dress my failures up like something noble instead. A man can hide in noise for years, till silence strips him clean, and what's left in the smoke and glass ain't half as tough as he seemed. The truth sits in the ashtray, right beside my cigarette. It don't preach and it don't pity, it just waits on what comes next. I can carry all my old excuses till they rot and fall apart, but the truth sits in the ashtray, and it's burning through my heart. The truth sits in the ashtray, and I finally let it talk. I keep a piece of river wire coiled up in my coat, cut it loose one winter night from a fence below the road. Moon was thin, the water black, truck lights far behind. I stood there cold with both hands numb and murder on my mind. Black river wild, still cuts my hand. That was back before the trial, before my brother took the stand, before my mother stopped believing I was worth a second chance. He said he didn't see too clear, Said the dark can twist a man, but he saw enough to save his skin and let me take what came. Some blood runs deep, some blood runs scared. The river holds what men won't bear. Some nights just to hear the cattails hiss, boot heel down at the gravel bend, where the whole thing came to this. The wire's gone red with years and damp, still mean against the palm. Funny how a little thing can last longer than love or God. Black river wire, still cuts my hand. Black river wire, and I still don't understand why the water keeps on moving when the rest of me just stands. There's a stretch of highway south of Needles where the paint's worn thin and gone. I wrote it just before the sunrise with my colors on. Wind pulled hard against the leather, like it knew the weight I keep. Some men ride for where they're going, some for what they don't speak. I wear my colors in the dark, when no one asks and no one marks the lines you cross to get this far from home. I wear my colors in the night, where wrong don't look much different than right, and every mile feels like a fight. There's a bar outside of nowhere where the lights don't ever change. Same old men, same quiet stories, different kind of pain. Nobody talks about the patches, nobody says the names. Some things live between the lines, and you don't put it down. There's a brother I don't ride with, but I carry every mile. Left him somewhere in the desert, under open sky. I still see him in the mirror when the headlight hits just right. Some men leave the road behind them, some ride twice. Another town and another place to pass. I'll keep riding with the silence and the weight that lasts. 'Cause it ain't about the engine or the road beneath my hands. It's about the line you never cross, or the one you can't. Days I wear my colors and I ride with the truth I don't deny. You don't leave that life behind, you pay. I came in slow through an Arkansas rain, with a bent-up hat and a half-broken name. Truck bed rattling like a bad old prayer, and the pines all leaning like they knew I was there. There was a diner light on the county road, one tired waitress and a coffee pot low. She looked at me like she'd seen my kind, men who keep driving just to outrun time. I had a woman once in a shotgun house, with a blue porch swing and a quiet mouth. She could lay one hand on my shaking chest and make a hard man feel halfway blessed. She said one day you'll come back worn. I said, baby, I was born that torn. Now a ghost still lives where the screen door cracks and the night hangs low and the summer flies. This gravel kingdom never let me go. It lives in the dust and the undertow, in the blacktop heat and the river sound, and the dead men sleeping just outside town. Some men find peace in a house of stone, some just learn how to carry on alone. Me, I keep one hand on the wheel, That kind of hurt don't wash off clean. It settles down deep where the heart has been. And every mile through the low moon haze brings its laugh back through the engine shake. You can hide in whiskey, you can hide in smoke, you can wear your scars like some barroom joke. But the night's got teeth and the truth bites slow. It waits till you're tired, then it lets you know you weren't chasing freedom. You were just too wild to let one place call you reconcile. This gravel kingdom never let me go. Still pulls me back through the undertow, through the summer lightning and the winter pine, through the old lost names and the county lines. If there's mercy waiting, it moves too slow. And if there's heaven, I ain't sure I know, but I still feel something like grace when the dawn comes pale on a worn-out face. By morning the rain had turned to steam, and the fields look silver and half in dream. I lit one smoke by the truck door frame and watched that gravel remember my name. There's a red door off the highway, past the pawn shop and the tracks, where the working men and worn-out souls come limping from the facts. No fancy signs, no polished bottles, just beer rings and neon haze, and Rosie pouring doubles like she knows our crooked ways. This old bar stool gospel ain't written in the book. It's in the nod from a stranger and the tired way he looks. It's in the jokes that hide the damage, the songs that tell the cost. Yeah, this old bar stool gospel is for the ones half broke and lost. There's a driller from down in Odessa with a brace beneath his jeans, and a welder from Wichita Falls who quit talking in 16. They don't say much about heaven, they don't talk much about grace, but they'll buy a man a whiskey if they see it in his face. This old bar stool gospel ain't written in the book. It's in the nod from a stranger and the tired way he looks. It's in the jokes that hide the damage and the songs that tell the cost. Yeah, this old bar stool gospel for the ones half broke and lost. No choir robes, no church bells sound, just old wood floors and truth passed around. Sometimes redemption ain't bright or grand, sometimes it's just another man's hand. At closing time, the lights come up and nobody looks too proud, but a few hard men stand straighter, walking out into the dark. I've learned more in places like this than I ever did in school. How to lose, how to hold, how to listen, how not to play the fool. This old barstool gospel ain't written in the book. It's in the silence after midnight and the long last knowing look. It's in the men who keep on standing, though life hit them hard and cross. Yeah, this old barstool gospel is for the ones half broken, lost. Cold night air and a bad old grin. Bike out front, still ticking high, like I knew what kind of trouble I got. Bartender wiped down the edge of the bar, said, boy, you look like you drove too far. Said, far ain't much when the dark rides too. Then I lit one smoke and let the silence move. That's the only truth I know. Midnight runs on gasoline, baby, and the blues don't let me go. There was a woman by the neon beer sign, glow, black hair down, and her heart turned cold. She said, your boys all look the same in here. I said, maybe till the night gets weird. She laughed like sin in a low back room, like trouble knew exactly when to bloom. Then she took my glass and she drank it dry, like she'd been practicing goodbye. Midnight runs on gasoline, baby, that's the only truth I know. Midnight runs on gasoline, baby, and the blues don't let me go. I lost one brother near a county line, and another just slipped out somewhere in time. No long prayer and no big goodbye, just engine home under a dead black sky. Now every road got a ghost or two, and every hard turn brings one back through. But when the slide guitar starts to moan, it makes a man feel less alone. Grease on my hands, cracks, and the bass rolls slow. I feel that fire down in my bones. Midnight runs on gasoline, baby, still the only truth I know. Midnight runs on gasoline, baby, and the blues won't turn me loose. Midnight runs on gasoline, baby, with the tires humming low. Midnight runs on gasoline, baby, and the blues don't let me go. Yeah, the blues don't let me go. There's a stretch of road past Elko where the line just disappears. I took it late one winter night with nothing left but years. A wind cut through my jacket like it knew where I'd been. Some roads don't lead you somewhere, they just let you in. Just wear it. There's a bar outside of Reno where the lights don't shine too bright. Old riders sit in silence like they're counting down the night. Bartender didn't ask me what he already knew. Some men talk about their past, some just sit with it. You don't take it off. There's a name stitched under leather that I don't show in the light. Not for pride, not for warning, just to remember right. I've seen men try to walk away from what they chose to claim, but you don't leave that line behind. You carry the name. It ain't about who you were, it's about what you stand next to when everything else is gone. Brings another road and another town to pass, I'll keep riding with the silence and the weight that lasts. 'Cause it ain't the steel or thunder or the wind that cuts me through, it's the things I never left behind that still ride too. Patch on my back, every mile I can't take back, every brother There's an orchard south of Denton, rose bent under age. Half the trees still bare enough to make the season pay. I walk it after midnight with a lantern and a stick. Keep coyotes out, check broken limbs, and listen to the black leaves click. There's a lantern in the orchard, and it ain't always mine. My father worked this ground till stroke took the right side of his frame. Now he sits by the kitchen window, calling every tree by name. He asks me if the northern road still leans toward the creek. I tell him yes, though 3 went down last fall in freezing sleet. Wind through limbs, rot under bark. Some things die slow, long before the dark. I've seen that glow out where the old well sits, yellow low, then gone again, like memory playing tricks. But tonight I found no stranger there, just my own light on a hook, swinging in the breeze where I must have left it, and fear in the way I look. There's a lantern in the orchard, and it ain't always mine. Sometimes it's my father's voice, sometimes wasted time. Sometimes it's just a hard man walking trees till morning finds a lantern in the orchard, trying to outwalk his mind. Apples thudding soft in the dark. There's a cedar chest in the bedroom at the foot of a narrow bed. Baby quilts, a 22 box, and my old back patch folded red. I held it up in window light, dust moving through the seams that patch saw bars and county roads and things I won't put in tired of what it cost. My grandson's got my daughter's eyes. He's 4 and runs real fast. Calls me sir like I'm some guest from a story in the past. He asked me once about the skull stitched high above the name. I told him that was long ago. He said, "You're still the same." Closet door, cedar smell. A man can live 2 honest lives and still not tell them well. So I laid that patch beneath the quilts and shut the lid down slow. Not from fear, not from shame, just 'cause some winters need let go. The bike's still mine out in the barn. The road still knows my hands. But tonight I stayed for supper, and that's where a heart change stands. I ain't ashamed of where I rode, or the men I rode beside. I'm just done letting old colors decide who sits inside. I ain't ashamed just tired of what it cost. Cedar held the rest. We buried him by noon today. Black shirts, wet clay, no sun. His old bike stood by the chapel wall, like it still thought he might come. His mother held a folded flag. His woman held her jaw. The preacher said the usual words, but grief don't care for law. 6 miles of rain, and his name in my head. 6 miles of rain, and the words left unsaid. The road runs on, but something's gone that won't come back again. 6 miles of rain. We rode out slow in staggered line, no pipes laid open wide, just tires humming on blacktop wet, and one empty place beside. I kept recalling, counting nights when he laughed till morning broke. A hard, low laugh from deep in the chest, like gravel after smoke. 6 miles of rain, and his name in my head. 6 miles of rain, and the words left unsaid. The road runs on, but something's gone that won't come back again. 6 miles of rain. No one pulled over, no one spoke. Some hurts are carried like a soaked down coat. At the old bridge south of Mercer Road, I stopped and watched the flood. Brown water move under iron beams like time through bone and blood. Then I kicked back into first gear slow and followed the taillight chain. A man keeps riding after loss, 'cause stopping feels the same. 6 miles of rain, and his name in my head. 6 miles of rain, and the life that he led. We ride him home, though he is gone, and every mile we take. 6 miles of rain. Rain ticking on the tank. There's a clock above the bottles. It's been 10 minutes slow for years. The waitress calls me honey, but she don't mean it here. My stool leans to the left a little, like the rest of my life. And the jukebox keeps on bleeding songs about wrong and right. This is the kind of bar I deserve. Dim lights, cheap burn, and a whole lot of hurt. No one asks questions, no one looks hard. Just a room full of losers and me playing the part. Yeah, this is the kind of bar I deserve. I had a call from Amarillo, said my brother's boy got locked. I said I'd send some money, though I ain't got a lot. I used to swear I'd be different than the men I came from. Now I see them in the mirror every time last call comes. This is the kind of bar I deserve. Dim lights, cheap burn, and a whole lot of hurt. No one asks questions, no one looks hard. Just a room full of losers and me playing the part. Yeah, this is the kind of bar I deserve. I ain't blaming whiskey, I poured it down myself. And I can't blame the highway for where I park my hell. At closing time I leave at 20 for the girl with tired eyes. Step out into the cold air and don't even try to lie. The bike fires on the second kick like it knows my kind of nerve. Some men go home to peace at night. Me, I get what I deserve. This is the kind of bar I deserve. Dim lights, cheap burn, and a whole lot of hurt. No quiet, no mercy, no clean white shirt. Just one more midnight, getting what it's worth. Yeah, this is the kind of bar I deserve. First frost hit the gravel drive early for this part of town. Two bikes lean side by side under one blue tarp tied down. Your gloves are still on the workbench peg, mine by the door below. Used to be we rode till dark, now we mostly just let weather go. We didn't break in one loud night. We wore out slow and clean. No affair, no thrown glass, no sheriff at the gate. Just supper, cold bills on the fridge, and two folks learning late. You took the day shift at the bank, I kept the machine shop grind. By the time we both got home, there wasn't much left but tired. October wind, tin roof talk. Sometimes love don't die, it just quits walking. Last Sunday I pulled back the tarp, checked tire pressure, wiped the chrome. You stood there in my old black coat and said, I think I'm gone. I nodded once, that was about it. No villain in the scene, just two bikes under one blue tarp and all the space between. We didn't break in one loud night. No fire, no siren, no scream. We wore out slow like good clutch plays, like old pain in winter steam. didn't break in one loud night. We wore out slow and clean. Got a ding tank and a shake in my right hand, a bar tab in my jacket, no real plan. The boys all think I'm steady, 'cause I don't talk much, but I'm making how to break down under rust and dust. I got a cheap steel heart, it held longer than it should. Took a rain, took a race, took bad women good. But every hard mile leaves a mark, no matter what you start. I've been living like a blacktop king with a cheap steel heart. There's a woman in Wichita who still hates my name, and hell, I can't blame her. I brought the storm and blame. I was built for leaving, not for staying clean. Too proud to say I'm sorry, too old to still be mean. Cheap steel heart, it held longer than it should. Took a rain, took a wrecks, took bad women good. But every hard mile leaves a mark, no matter what you start. I've been living like a blacktop king with a cheap steel heart. Some from too much truth. Me, I kept on rolling till I wore out my youth. Now the night gets quieter and the road gets cold. Funny how a hard man feels it most when he gets old. So I pulled off at a gas stop and killed the motor clean. Watched my face in the window, look older than I've seen. No lawman on my tail now, no fight left to start. Just me and all this silence and my cheap steel heart. I got a cheap steel heart, and it's finally showing through. All the smoke, all the lies, all the things I didn't do. Yeah, every hard mile leaves a mark, turns a man in parts. I've been holding this whole life up with a cheap steel heart. Cheap steel heart, still beating in the dark. bike up on 2 blocks in a shed behind the house. Bent front forks, cracked headlight rim, no reason left to rush. I laid the parts out on a top like bones after a wreck. One coffee can of missing bolts, and one long pain in my neck. You can straighten steel if you got heat and time. A man ain't built that kind. Was back in early March, black ice on County 5. No drunk, no chase, no grand mistake, just luck deciding I survived. My girl moved out the week before, said I'd gone hard and thin. Like every room it started smelling like oil, old smoke and sin. Torchlight blue, hammer low. Night gets quiet when the old regrets show. Sunday noon, the frame looked true, at least to my one good eye. I bolted down that stubborn tank and let the memory lie. Some things you fix because they're broke, some cause they keep you still. I brought that shovel back to life, but I don't know if I will. You can straighten steel if you got heat and time. Cold metal gives a little at a time. You can straighten steel, get the front end running fine. A man ain't built that kind. The shed stayed warm past midnight. Main Street Theater still stands crooked, marquee missing half its light. Popcorn sauce, red velvet seats, and cartoons every Saturday night. She climbs up on that ticket ledge, boot heels knocking paint, yellow bow, gap tooth grin, and a faith a man sure ain't. She takes my hand like I've been here the whole time. Kids do that, make alive feel forgiven. Her mama gives me every other week since I finally quit the pills. No court fights now, no busted doors, just slower, steadier hills. I buy her licorice and a Coke too big. She laughs when foam runs down. In the dark she leans against my arm, like I ain't ever let her down. Projector hum, dust in the beam. A hard man learns how soft redemption seems. When the credits roll, she falls asleep, half home in the truck seat glow. I kill the engine in her mama's drive and sit a minute slow. Carry her up that porch in both arms, light as a second chance. Some men get saved in church house pews, some in a child's small hands. She takes my hand, like I've been here the whole time. No questions asked, no tally kept, just trust that feels like borrowed time. She takes my hand, and I try to deserve it. Cartoon song stuck in my head.